Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the second day of the conference, Research and Education Triggers NextGen Standardization. And I'm happy to see you full of energy after the first day of the event, after a full and productive day. As we've been hearing from you, from the academia, from the industry, from our colleagues, from other organizational standardization organizations, we concluded after the first day with a clear vision that the challenges facing standardization, agility, collaboration with academia, accessibility, and global influence are not obstacles, but opportunities. And together, and it's in our power to transform them into drivers of innovation, excellence, and leadership. Therefore, we declare open the second day of the conference with a welcome message from Mr. Kaleman Imre, who's the Prorector, Vice Rector for Research, Innovation and Technological Transfer. Do we have Mr. Imre online?
Yes, good morning. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning and welcome.
Yes, everything seems to be okay. Good morning, everybody, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and dear participants. It is a great honor and privilege to welcome you today on behalf of the University of Life Sciences King Michael I of Romania to the 10th Balkan Conference on Standardization. Thank you for your interest you have shown and, of course, for the logistical efforts invested in your participation at this conference. In my opinion, this event brings together experts, educators, researchers, and practitioners under a great mission to promote the role of standardization in research, education, and innovation. The standardization in these fields is not only, in my opinion, a technical necessity. It is a cornerstone of preparing the next generation of professionals. Understanding standards in different fields of life sciences, business, law, or public administration equips human resources, especially teachers and students, with the knowledge and skills that make them more competitive, more innovative, and more able to contribute to the development, sustainable development. However, we must also recognize the challenges ahead. Across Europe, the full integration of standardization into university curricula and research remains a work in progress. Due to this reason, meetings such as this provide the opportunity to exchange experiences, share best practices, and strengthen the partnerships that will ensure the role of standardization of a core academic discipline. I'm confident that the discussions and the collaborations fostered during this conference yesterday and also today will help trigger the next generation of initiatives in standardization and reinforce the competitiveness of our country and, of course, our region. I'm wishing you all productive exchanges, inspiring debates, and a successful day. Thank you again, and wishing you all the best.
Thank you very much, Mr. Imre, for your message. And now we will, it's a very nice opportunity and the occasion to go to our first session after your nice words, focusing on powering research, emphasizing on how innovations are driven into the market with the support of standardization. This involves the infusion of funding, technology, and expertise, collectively enabling close collaboration between research and standardization initiatives. We will explore how standardization supports both national and European research objectives and how it helps to translate research outcomes into impactful innovations. It is my great pleasure to introduce Ms. Iuliana Chilea, General Director of ASRO, who will provide a perspective from the Romania National Standardization Body. She will share insights into the ASRO experience of involvement in research projects and how it strengthens collaboration across academia, industry, and policy. Ms. Iuliana Chilea has served as General Director of ASRO since 2017. She has more than 15 years of experience in the standardization field at both national and European level. Under her leadership, ASRO has gained increased visibility, influence, and has pushed forward reforms to modernize the Romanian standardization system. It is my pleasure to give the floor to Ms. Iuliana Chilea.
Thank you very much, Larissa, and good morning to everybody, those present here and those online. We have had yesterday a fruitful conference. I have my takeaways from this from our event. but also we have had a very enjoyable dinner last night. What I remember, one of the kind of wines that I remember from the last day, from the last dinner, was implicit. And it struck my mind that collaboration in standardization is implicit. So thank you for joining here today, the next day of our conference. Yes, I will have a presentation about ASRO's involvement in research and development projects, which are endeavors that we have taken in the last years. In ASRO, we say that we provide standards for a sustainable future, a future where next generations would benefit of our practices, but also shape their own experiences based on our practices. And standards help enable that. In Romania, a few words about ASRO. I hope it works. Yes, thank you. In Romania, the National Standardization Body is a full member of international European standardization organizations, ISO, IEC, CEN, CENELEC, and a limited status in ediție. We are deploying the standardization activities in Romania for more than 90 years of national standardization and 20 years, we say, of European standardization, as ASRO was set up in 1998. So in 2028, we expect to celebrate 30 years of ASRO, but more important, 100 years of national standardization. ASRO is the only standards body in Romania dealing with electrotechnical and non-electrotechnical activities. We have a law that guides our responsibilities, and the two main areas of the activities is the adoption of the national standards, the Standardizare Române, we say, national standards. The collection of the national standards in the national collection amounts about 6,000 standards, but they are gradually either revised or withdrawn as new European or international standards appear. And the adoption and participation into the international and European standardization activities. As Andrea mentioned yesterday, ASRO is part of an ecosystem, standardization ecosystem, as it functions, the standardization activity functions on these three layers: national, European, and international. I was inspired by our colleague from the Institute of Standardization in Serbia, Tatiana, my friend, I dare to say, having developed a monography on standardization in Serbia. We have found out that the first idea on standardization was in 1927 when the Romanian Electrotechnical Committee was established, and it adhered to the International Electrotechnical Committee back then. There were some different milestones, and we are also working on a monography. In 1949 was the first national standard developed, STAS, that is what it was called back then, STAS 1, on technical drawings. In 1998, ASRO was established, and in 2006, we became the full member of CEN, CENELEC, and ediție. ASRO in numbers, some figures we need. So at this point, we, as being an association of members, we gather 141 members. These are legal entities from different sectors of activities, public institutions, research institutions, academia, but the most proeminent part is the economic operators, the industry. As I said, as I mentioned, we are dealing with electrotechnical and non-electrotechnical part. And the work in these areas are comprised in 133 technical committees, where technical experts are joining from all areas in participating in developing national or international or European standards. National collection of standards comprises 36,000 of active standards. And annually, as more than 50% of our budget comes from sales of standards, subscription, annually we are dealing with more than 10,000 customers in individual sales or more and more subscriptions. The variety of domains covered by standards is a large one, as you all know, but I wanted to mention it once again for our guests from the academia area. Standards are not anymore about nuts and bolts. They trigger areas connected with environment, with services, with artificial intelligence. Just yesterday, we talked about standards in biofuels and hydrogen. Standards are vital tools used in daily business by manufacturers, by designers and laboratories, but also standards are used more and more by public authorities to address health and safety issues, compliance, and interoperability. Standards also have important role in achieving the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Professor De Vries mentioned that yesterday. And this picture, a beautiful picture developed by our colleagues in ISO, illustrates how example of standards contribute to each and every of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. They provide clear and recognized rules that spread best practices and foster innovation. So it helps shaping good practices, good examples for each and every goal. Presentations that we had yesterday from the business sector that I value very much confirmed actually that standards matter. Standards matter for quality and safety, supporting compliance with regulations. Standards matter for market access. Professor Ivan Amiatovic mentioned yesterday that a standard can change markets. And it is confirmed from the experience. We always, I used to give this example of how the standard beyond the barcodes change completely the commerce, the transportation in the global trade. Standards have even bigger role, knowing that they incorporate national views of stakeholders presented and conveyed as national positions to European and international standards. As such, they address the interests and needs expressed at national levels. Yes, standards may be complex. Yes, good standards need time to develop. But it is because we need to engage all the stakeholders, professional associations, consumer rights organizations, public regulatory authorities, authorities of market surveillance, conformity assessment bodies, academia, university centers that we intend to bring more and more close. And this is actually the biggest challenge, to engage all these stakeholders aboard and to express their interests and needs that sometimes are not very aligned, sometimes these could be different or even contradictory. And this is the challenge of standardization process, to align these interests and needs into a recognized and accepted solution. Standards bridge the gap. Standards bridge the gap between research and the market uptake of the results of the research. There are multiple studies investigated the role of standards into research, of using standards into the R&D projects. These could be qualified as inputs, but also outputs of the research and development projects. The roles are various. Mostly using standards into research products enhance the data quality, ensure comparability and interoperability of the results across the studies, and facilitate effective data sharing and communication among researchers. There are two main, from our experience, as at present we manage 15 research and development projects in ASRO. From our experience, there are two cases or two ways when to use standardization in R&D projects. When there is an explicit requirement in the calls, and when there is, or if there isn't an explicit requirement in the call for the standardization, then there could be implicit references in the calls for market or industry uptake of the results, which could be through a standardization document. The reference to replicability, which is also facilitated through standards, or interoperability, which is also facilitated through standards. And using standards while developing the proposal to submit for a research call usually under European finance, increases quality of the project proposal. This is an experience of our own. While including standardization into a proposal, the quality of the proposal was appreciated in a higher degree, let's say. It was a completed project proposal, so it was appreciated. Then using standards helps focusing on developing or applying industry-wide standards to improve research reproducibility. It is very important to use standards as inputs, as during or before starting researching. Inputs means evaluating or screening the existing standards, the existing national, European, or international standards into an area. And then based on this state-of-the-art, the research activities could deploy. Also, after finishing or closing a phase of the research and development process, standards or developing standardization documents, sometimes pre-standardization documents, facilitate the transfer of these results into the market, ensuring compatibility and interoperability. I will now go through some projects that we are involved in ASRO. And these are, the first one is AFCOS, that will be presented today as an example, that aims or is focused on construction materials that meet the highest quality and safety standards, while contributing to the sustainability, to the environmental sustainability. Another area would be Nova Foodies, another R&D project that is focused on production of algae and fish for food. Matchmaker would be another one. It focuses on the research on methods and tools for the development of advanced materials. OpenDBL, it would be another project that would be presented by our colleague Camelia Tulcan, Professor Camelia Tulcan. It focuses on developing open APIs. Access is another project ASRO is part in, and it focuses on smart buildings and cities. NeoCycle, having triggering upcycling or value-added recycling. You see that there are more projects on the construction domain or construction products area, as BioBuild, for example, focusing on bio-based construction materials, and Hitwise, focusing on thermal management of buildings. Smart Square is another project, also triggering smart building assessment and including the smart readiness indicator. And again, to food, the project Have Farm that aims to develop and validate a methodology for assessing biosecurity levels in animal farms. As a result of these projects that we are involved in, we have contributed to developing 7 WAs. These are fast-track standardization documents, which have emerged out of the projects that we are part in. 2 are on their way to become European standardization documents. 4 are already published, and 1 is in its development process. So it challenges somehow people in the standardization organization to be more involved in the standardization process itself, not only transposing what is developed at international and European levels. Other results that may be emphasized from the research and development projects that we are part in are some technical reports, some technical specifications, but more standardization roadmaps for different sectors, where consortia, the R&D consortia, develop a roadmap and outlines how the standardization in that sector should develop and what trends to follow. So this is in a nutshell ASRO's experience in participating in R&D projects. We have been somehow forced to find different kind of revenues. As maybe you know, those who have been participating, the FPA line of finance for translation of standards have been seized several years ago. So in this case, we have been forced to find new sources of revenues. And research and development, which was somehow we were not so keen to enter into at the beginning, but it challenges us, and at the same time we acknowledged and discovered that it helps us be better as professionals. So in regard to the relation that standardization bodies could develop with universities, could develop with academia, we are triggering these 3 areas: educational standardization, where in Romania we need to do more. This is a fact, and the conference that we are together with you organizing is an important step into developing this area. Trying to integrate education in training courses, in master programs, internships we have already have started. But also research and trying to join universities in consortia, trying to invite universities at national level in international or European consortia, and develop national and international R&D projects. And an area that we are already very good in is standardization and having professors, having members, representatives of academia participating into the technical committees and helping, supporting, developing national standards or adopting European and international standards at national level. So this is in a nutshell ASRO's activity with a focus on R&D. I'm very open to any questions you might have. Our venue in Bucharest is the one in the picture. So whenever you are in Bucharest, please visit us. Or in any case, visit our website for any news or info about our activities. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm open to your question.
Thank you very much, Ms. Director General Kilian, for your insights about ASRO and the projects. Now we are following on from the ASRO insights. We are turning to contributions of universities in driving standardization. This session, research institutions are the forefront of standardization, will provide an outlook from the Romania Research Organization focusing on applied research, cross-sector collaboration and the integration of standards into research projects. It is my pleasure to introduce Professor Dr. Cameliatul Can from the University of Life Sciences King Mihai I of Timișoara. Professor Dr. Cameliatul Can is the Associate Professor at the University of Life Sciences King Mihai I, where she has the Antioxidant System Research Lab. She is Laboratory Manager and an expert in quality assurance, serving as an RACI evaluator, a member of ASRO's board, and supervising doctoral research in biotechnologies. Her work spans over 130 publications and focuses on biochemistry, antioxidants, laboratory management, and education. Please give her a warm welcome to the host of our conference, Professor Dr. Cameliatul Can.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back in the second day of our Congress. I hope last day was a pleasant day for you. I will start my presentation with a short movie because picture and movie can besides save our time, can transmit a lot of information. So it's a movie which was recently launched with the 8 years anniversary of our institution. And after that, I will continue with my presentation. Enjoy.
Academic programs were introduced, building on the foundation of a prestigious core of academic staff and researchers. Over the years, the institution underwent several name changes, adopting its current title, University of Life Sciences, King Mihai I from Timișoara, in 2022. Today, the university is a respected academic institution, both in Romania and abroad, collaborating on scientific research with leading institutions around the world and contributing to innovations that shape the future. Its core disciplines include agriculture, veterinary medicine, food science, animal science and engineering, rural development, and tourism and applied technologies. The university is home to over 6,500 students, including international students from 42 countries. It offers bachelor's, master's, and doctoral programs in a wide range of fields. Through Erasmus and other mobility programs, students gain valuable international experience and develop essential intercultural skills for a globalized world. With access to modern educational resources and mentorship from field experts, students are encouraged to cultivate their entrepreneurial spirit. The campus, often described as a city within a city, includes state-of-the-art teaching facilities, research labs, micro-production units, student dormitories, and sports fields, making it one of the most advanced university campuses in Europe. Nearby, a teaching station with operational farms provides hands-on training opportunities. Scientific research is supported by specialized infrastructure and multidisciplinary teams, more vital than ever in the context of climate change, global food challenges, and the urgent need to preserve biodiversity. Life sciences are not just an academic pursuit, but a necessity for the sustainable development of modern society. The Banat region, known for its progressive outlook, strong agricultural tradition, and rich ecosystems, remains a dynamic center for those who dare to innovate. The University of Life Sciences, King Mihai I from Timișoara, embraces its mission to educate future generations and drive sustainable progress throughout the region. University of Life Sciences, King Mihai I from Timișoara, is shaping the future.
So let's start the presentation. Actually, I have to fit in 11 minutes, so I will do my best. Okay, so the short subject for today is how does our research institution and higher education institution are in the forefront of standardization. This is a strategic importance. Okay. From the research point of view, very important, and I will not enter in many details because in all these days there are so many intervention and detailed information about this. Acceleration, the technological transfers through standards involved in research are a very useful tool. Innovation enable the develop sustainable and scalable, reliable across Europe markets. So all the results from the research can enter very easily in the market in a scalable way. And the last but not the least, the scientific validation of our results and assure the research output meets the quality and all requirements needed on this very tough market, which is outside of the wall of the university. So this standardization process and research tools are I have put here the most important ones: the technical committee engagement, the participation of the university professor in technical committee of elaboration of the standards. As I mentioned yesterday, this work is not recognized yet, but I hope in the near future that will be fixed. The fair principle implementation, and I will come back a little bit later on this subject. So the outputs of our research activity should be findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. So this concept is very important to now for us at European level scaling. And Horizon Europe integration, this projects across the Europe and not only, which are able to keep us together and force us to speak the same language, to standardize everything, and to be more efficient. And now coming back in our day-by-day life, of course, at the beginning, few years ago, it was a very big debate how a research can be used even with the word standard. So it's like water and oil never can be mixed. It looks like at that time. But things change step by step, and for the first time in the Nature, Monia Baker has a very nice article in which shows how important is quality assurance of the results in the research and do it in the standardized way. And now go to the background level. Imagine you are a PhD student. You are coming in the research lab in which the standard 70,025 is implemented. You have never heard about this before. And you have to work in this system. So it was a challenge for me to make them understand, firstly, why is this very useful. So I have here my young collaborators and they face it and they know how hard it was when they find in the lab a lot of register. They have to note everything, they have to write everything. And now explain them why is this important, why you have to know how to work with a device by a standard operation procedure, why you have to be able to adapt to any challenges you have faced in the laboratory. Of course, the most common task, keeping the records for the regions, to face everything. It was a challenge, and I hope that we succeed to transmit the importance of these standards implementing in the research laboratory. Of course, this keep us tracking all traceability on our data from the very beginning to the end of the research to deliver very traceable results and to maintain all information in order to be able to put them at the financing body in order to prove that we have worked properly. So adaptability and to be able to manage the task on every one possibilities to give them the task they can do, to avoid the annoying discussion about, okay, it's not my job, it's your job, and so on. And all these things are solved in a very, very pleasant way from the very first step in the research in a research laboratory for a young researcher. Coming back with the output of our research, as I already told you, we have to provide fair data from our research, but this means the open research, open air. So at the European level, this taking from institutional, national, at European level, we can we have to provide this data by National Open Access Desk through European Open Science Cloud. To be able to do this, we have to standardize our outputs from the research in order to be able to be integrated in such high-level European databases. I have put here just few standards which are required in order, for example, in our scientific domain, biotechnology, and also translated with information standards which have to be implemented in research structures. We are very lucky that in our university we are implementing now a digitalization project in which we will assure the infrastructure for being able to do all of this data management. Of course, being able to secure your data, to be sure that the raw data are traceable to the publication, it's very, very important for us. And now back in the projects, we are very lucky to be a part of the project, which is already finished, but it was a great pleasure for us to work together with ASRO and BDS, Bulgarian standardization body, in an Erasmus K2 project, boosting the green future via university micro-credential. It was a great opportunity for us to work together with another 3 university, Burgas Free University, which was the coordinator, Universitatea Politehnică de Valencia, and Micolo Romero universities from Vilnius. So the main objective was a very courageous one because it put together 3 major topics on European Union agenda: standard education in standardization, micro-credential, and green and digital economy. So today we are struggling to, at the higher education level, to be able to deliver the knowledge in a different stage of evolution. So micro-credential will be in the future a solution to deliver this information in a specific way, not which we are used to do it now. Of course, there is a lack of legislation, like in all every new thing. In Romania, it's not yet very clear how the quality assurance of this program will be, because the National Association for Quality Assurance in Higher Education doesn't provide us yet the guideline for doing this, so it's ongoing process. We have been few years before with this idea, so now we are prepared and waiting the guidelines. So during this project, each university have been developed 3 courses. It has been developed in both in national language and in English. So after the project is implemented, all partners have access to all these courses in English. So it was a challenge for us in order to develop the curricula because firstly, and I think it was a very useful step, we have take at the same tables also the main actor from industry, and we ask them, okay, what do you need from our students in the position of CAO, in the position of quality manager, in the position of the simple engineer in your factory? What do you want your students to know from us from the point of view of standards? So it was a good exercise, and being able to design our curricula through the market needs, or business market needs, I think this is a good answer for the future and to make our program very interested for the students and for the employers also. So we have developed a course catalog. We have had a lot of 4 meetings, which put us together and make more pleasant this implementation. You will find details on the website of the Big Green project, and all the outputs are presented there. Another important project which we are ongoing now is the introduction of university in a roadmap, in a research infrastructure at the European level, which is MetroFood, a high-level metrology service in food and nutrition for food quality and safety. And the consortium is made by 13 partners. We are now in implementation with MetroFood Evolve project until 2027. And the main objective is food safety and product authenticity, modern technology for increase the availability of nutrients in food, circular economy, and creating an integrated quality system. So what is very, very, very important for us is firstly that we are working together in national network and develop more instruments in order to promote standardization and sustainability of our results in this network. So we will be back with more details. Follow us. It's an ongoing process. It will be a very, very interesting project. In parentheses, I can say that we will develop reference certified materials and develop an intercomparison study for our purpose in the research. Another important project ongoing, it's cross-border Romania-Hungary project. So we have to speak the same language also cross-border with our partners. So in this project, we are involved in monitoring and inventorying the wild game, the wild species cross-border. It seems that it's no connection between all these projects, but the common language is the standardized procedure, so all what we are applying in order to our research results to be comparable, sustainable, and trustable. After this research, what is next? So what we are doing with the results? Very recently, it was released One Health Incubator. It's a incubator which are bringing the results of the research in the society. Sorry. And brings together the researchers, the financing from the private sector, and to make us think not only how to obtain money for the research, but how I can make money from my research. So this is a completely new approach. It was held in Timișoara last 3 or 4 weeks. Last week was the final for this debate, let's say. It's like a contest in which there are involved a team of young researchers. They are putting face-to-face with investor and explain them in a pitch of 5 minutes why it's so my research important and need money, and you can give me money to do at the large scale. It's a very, very nice experience for us, which are not facing anymore with this aspect. So we have been in the final with a team. Roberta, she doesn't know that I put this slide. Roberta was presenting very, very nice our research, and it was a very fruitful experience. And we hope for sure we'll continue and we learn more and more about this. So this was my presentation. I hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you, Mr. Khan, for the presentation. It's a very nice success story to begin the day with between academia and the research and the standardization, and as well as the business sector. Now we are going on further with our next session, focuses on driving excellence in the national standards bodies in the Balkan region, providing an in-depth look at strategies to foster innovation and strengthen collaboration with academia. This session will highlight how the NSBs from the Balkan region implement best practices, align with international benchmarks, ensuring that education and standardization work together effectively. We are pleased to welcome representatives from national standardization bodies across the Balkan region. They will share their experiences, including best practices in integrating standardization into education and training programs, strategy for engaging with universities, insight from young professional programs, and involvement in European research projects. Our speakers for this session are Ms. Tatiana Boianic, Ms. Patricia Dofilar, and Ms. Ana Maria Boljanovic. Please join me in welcoming first Ms. Tatiana Boianic. Ms. Tatiana serves as the acting director of the Institute for Standardization of Serbia and is a member of the ISO Council for the term 2025-2027. With over a decade of leadership in national standardization, she has contributed significantly to international standardization work. Her efforts emphasized building strong global partnership and promoting quality, inclusivity, and diversity within the standardization system. Please join me in welcoming, in a warm welcome, Ms. Tatiana Boianic.
Thank you very much for this introduction, and thank you, Juliana, for organizing this really useful event. And at the first place, it was the precious opportunity to exchange our attitude and our points of view with academia and also with companies, with business, which is necessary. We need to organize as much as we can these events, because I believe that we all look at the standardization from our own point of view. And this is not enough. We need to exchange this attitude. And also I want to thank the University of Life Science King Mihai for hosting this fantastic event, and especially for the last night dinner, which was extremely pleasant and good. So we will exchange some experiences of Institute for Standardization of Serbia. I must say that we don't have as much experience in field of these research projects, but this is the opportunity maybe to take some other experiences and to further develop that area. First of all, this just a second. This is kind of agenda of this presentation. I will try to be sharp. This is Institute for Standardization of Serbia, national standard body. Juliana mentioned this tradition in field of standardization. This is also 90 years of tradition in standardization. Story of standardization starts in former Yugoslavia in 1934 in Belgrade, where it was association at that time established for standardization. It calls normalization at that time. It was based on French language. Now it is standardization after Second World War. As Romanian Institute for Standardization, we are full member of all these organizations and national standard body in ediție. Our agency for telecommunication is full member in this organization. We are recognized as a single national institution for standardization in Serbia. Okay. This is mission and vision of our organization. We are trying to be a valuable member and part of European and international standardization work, and we are trying to contribute in our country to some valuable and improvement of some valuable objectives as a living condition and to contribute to safety, to promote health and everything else which is valuable in each country. I will start with development of work of education in Serbia. It starts in 2006 during CARDS projects. Mr. Burov will probably remember. It starts as increasing awareness of standardization, and it was training with support of Ministry of Economy. It was provided in Regional Chamber of Commerces in Serbia, and after that we decided that it is maybe the road that we should develop at the time. First of all, in 2010, we start with some improvement of our online system and our website. And after that, when we share some information, we start with independent trainings. And I must say it was commercial training. And at that time, we start slowly and we start somehow shy. I must say it was like a modesty with several trainings that it was in quality management system, protective equipment, then system of information security, thank you, and focus was on quality and safety management system. Also, there was some training with some research institutes, which was useful for our companies and so on. Then we decided it could be a good potential for us, and we continue with this. And after almost 15 years, we gained some more than 4,000 participants, and only in 2024 we organized 51 trainings with more than 700 participants. We share this training in some different parts. Mostly quality management system, as we said, in information security management system, risk management, and so on. But also really successful trainings was in field of laboratories, engineering, occupation health and safety, and there was lots of different trainings that we provide. I can discuss about two maybe way of organizing trainings. First is that we organize it on our own with our own employees, and it is focused on some technical committee members. This is mostly free of charge trainings, and it is training which is dedicated to explain to our technical committee members the standardization process and everything else which is connected with standardization. And other categories is training in some specific fields. And we are organizing it mostly with members of our technical committees, with our experts, and they are participating in these trainings with our employees and with our secretaries. We start with on-site seminars. Mostly we organize it at the very beginning in our premises. But after first seminars, we decided that maybe it is good to share and to cooperate with some other organization. So we established some cooperation with Chamber of Commerce, with Chamber of Industry, with, as you can see on this picture, Belgrade Fair. And this was, I must say, very successful because this gives us opportunity to somehow to spread the knowledge of standardization with the organization which have their own audiences. So this is easier to reach some other niches. Also, after COVID-19 crisis, we developed fastly in few days online webinars. And I must say this was a success story because it gives us opportunity to gain as much persons as we can. I must say that it was very successful campaign during COVID-19 crisis. We organize each week we organize some free of charge webinar. It was focused on business continuity, on information security management system, and with standardization area, which was focused on overcoming this COVID-19 crisis. And after that, as a result, we now have some hybrid sessions, and we continue with online webinars, and of course, on-site seminars. Also, we have on-site seminars in companies if they demand something like that. This is in Regional Chamber of Commerce in Belgrade. This is in area of pharmaceutical, and as you can see, these seminars are very popular. So that's why we have so many participants, and we will continue with this. But despite organizing this seminar gives us opportunity not only to share the knowledge about standardization, but also to inform all our participants about possibility in cooperation with national standard body. Also, we are trying to use some other platforms to share the knowledge about standardization. I must say that after 17 years, we start again with Bulletin of Standardization. This bulletin was first published in 1950. And it was really popular at that time, but due to lots of obstacles, it was not published after 2004. And in 2021, we start again. This is established as a magazine, and we are trying to share some interesting thing about standardization, and I must say it is really popular. Also, newsletter is kind of platform where you can change information about education and everything else. And of course, ISS information, which is dedicated to sharing information about standards in particular. This is also some other platform when we use. This is some specific publications you can see on the screen, BIM standardization in Serbia. Also, we established several platforms for information. First of all, there is a national regulation and standardization database, which is available free of charge. Also, we mentioned yesterday that terminology is king of standards. We are publishing free of charge terminology database and definition database, which is more than 30,000, maybe now 35,000 of terms and definition. And we will discuss this a little later in more specific details. Also, there is a bulletin, there is a portal for some directives and connected standards and so on. On the screen is also some contests. This is students on the screen. We, during the celebration of 90 years of standardization, we announce a competition about short film about standardization. And this is students, which was, I must say, very successful. We were surprised about how they see the standardization, and this short film was really refreshing in standardization. And I must say, another channel for education about standardization was national television and commercials. We used to say that is not every publicity for us, because standardization is something different, but also during celebration of 90 years of standardization, we produce two commercials for national television, and as a result we gain more than 30 new participants in our national technical committees. There is also extensive cooperation with universities and high schools. As you can see on the screen, there is lots of universities and also research organization, which are like Nikola Tesla Electrical Engineering Institute in Belgrade, Mihailo Pupin Institute, Vinča Institute of Nuclear Sciences, but also lots of universities and faculties, not only in Belgrade, but also the important thing, if you want to cooperate, is high schools. Because we believe as early our students learn about standardization, they will be more involved in standardization in later period. It's not always easy. You need to organize this education in specific way. You need to organize some seminars which is good to hear, which is how can I say, which students can understand in high school, but it is really rewarding. This is students of Polytechnic High School. As you can see, there is lots of jeans and crop tops, but this was really refreshing for us and also informative for them. And they visited our institute many times, not only them, some representatives of faculty and high schools was also our guest several times. This is the event which we organize during celebration of 90 years of standardization. On this very spot in Electrotechnical Faculty in Belgrade, this Association of Standardization was established 90 years ago, and it was the opportunity to share some experiences and some point of view with representative of academia in Belgrade. We also are trying to organize some cooperation in terminology and digitalization. It is really important in this area, in this era, when we are facing with large language models, artificial intelligence, and everything else. This is associate professor at the University of Belgrade at the Department of Applied Mathematics and Informatics on the Faculty of Mining and Geology. She is important because she is the president of Technical Committee for Terminology in the international level. During some solving of issue of some standards in field of terminology, we decided to go further in developing this terminology database, and we are now trying to find some project which is willing to invest in this terminology database, and we believe it could be a great basis for also some some future development of this, despite the fact that it is at the disposal but it is publicly available, but we believe that it is useful to develop it further. Also, there is some cooperation which was not so well developed, but it was really informative for us. There is some association, it calls ISINEG, which established some technical committee, student technical committee, and this is our representative from Serbia, Jovana Nikolic, which was a president of technical committee in food waste management. I must say that among students, the experiences was really positive. Okay. If we are talking about research and innovation, as I said, our experience is not so extensive as Romanian Standard Institute, but we are planning to animate as much researchers and innovators in standardization. This is one picture, standard in the eyes of TC secretaries, and it looks pretty chaotic, but this is standards in the eyes of researchers and innovators. Somehow they believe that it prevents them from creativity, but it's not, we believe that it's not that way. Standards put the order in some things which are already established, but it gives you opportunity to develop something which is not developed at this moment. So we are trying to animate some researchers and innovators. That's why we support Ministry of Science, Technological Development and Innovation of the Republic of Serbia, and Institute for Standardization support these contests, which was organizing for more than 10 years. And we believe this is the good road to somehow to connect standardization organization with innovators and in field of research to give some clue about standardization. The name of this competition is the best technological innovation. Also, we support...
Apologies, shall we try to wrap up?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
We support some Future Energy Challenge World Competition. It was H-Bridges. It was a laboratory in electrotechnical field of standardization in Faculty of Electrotechnical. We support them as sponsors. This is students from electrotechnical field, and I must say in international competition in America they gained twice first place, and they were always successful. We decided to support them further. This is Young Professionals IC program. We have 10 years of experience with this in this competition. It's not competition, it is program of IC, and this is some, I must say, alumni. This was at least 16 persons, 16 young professionals which was involved in this program until now. And I must say there is also in DKA, it is the German Electrotechnical Standardization Institute, which have developed program for young professionals. They organize some summer camps and our representative participating in that. We have the plan to organize our own young professionals program, but I must say it is necessary to establish some resources. At this moment, we are not mature enough to maintain this young professional program, but we are planning for sure to organize it. What was the challenging? The challenges. This was really interesting programs, and we put lots of effort, but sustainability of these efforts and cooperation with researchers needs some resources. Also, as you know, national standard bodies are always limited. Also, the standard innovation, speed of innovation is fast and rapid. We are not sure that we can follow it up always. Also, it is easy to reach some organization and universities in Belgrade, but it is necessary to spread it regionally balanced. And public visibility. Our public visibility is not so high. That's why we need to cooperate with some businesses and Chamber of Commerce's industry and so on. But lessons learned, as I mentioned before, early engagement, sponsorship of innovators, digitalization, expand reach and resilience of organization for standardization, and strong stakeholder networks are crucial for future development.
Thank
Sorry
you
for
very
that.
much, Miss Boyan. Thank you. I will suggest to take one more presentation from this panel, and we have three other, and my apologies for Miss Rada, and we will also take the presentation from our colleagues from delegates of North Macedonia. So we'll take for this panel the presentation for Miss Patricia Dofilar. Ms. Patricia Dofilar is the head of Secretariat Office at the Slovenia Institute for Standardization, and she has been instrumental in advancing Slovenia standardization efforts. Her leadership plays a pivotal role in the development of SIS's 2030 strategy, which aims to align national standardization practices with global trends and enhance their impact in the Slovenian businesses. Additionally, she contributed to the preparation of the report and analysis into the impact of the standards on the operation of Slovenian companies. The floor is yours, Ms. Patricia Dofilar, and let's hope we will learn some good practices.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone, also those following us online. First of all, let me thank ASRO and the University of Life Sciences for organizing this important event. And also thank you for giving us the opportunity to be able to share our work and experience in education about standardization. Just a second. Okay. Today, I will provide some background to why and how we started our activities. I will share some experience in integrating standardization into education and training programs, and also talk about two of our activities that proved quite successful. Over the last years, we noticed that there were fewer and fewer young experts joining our technical work, that there was some general lack of understanding of the importance of standardization in the industry sector, especially, as already mentioned, among the younger generations of experts. We conducted an analysis of the use of standards in Slovenian companies, focusing not only on those who were already involved in standardization, but also on the broader community. And the results of the analysis confirmed our observations. This was, in a way, a strong wake-up call because we needed to make sure to secure the future of standardization in Slovenia. And so we went on to change the strategy and actually develop a new strategy. And we placed education about standardization among our main goals of the strategy. Now, our first steps and plans were quite optimistic and ambitious. We wanted to cover both secondary educational level and tertiary education. But soon we realized that covering such a wide spectrum would be an enormous effort for our institute. It would mean more time, more new materials and stuff, and this was actually way more than our small institute of approximately 20 employees could handle. So we adjusted our focused and concentrated only on the university level. In a way, this was a logical choice because we already had excellent relationships with university professors who were members of our technical committees, and they understood the topic and or the importance of the topic, and they were also very supportive of our work. So together with them, the professors of the Faculty of Electrical Engineering of the University of Ljubljana, we organized our very first autumn school of standardization. This was in 2023, so it's fresh, rather fresh. The program spread over 4 days. It was organized in the middle of October, and it included both sessions given from our institute, our staff, about basic standardization knowledge, and lectures given by industry representatives who showed how standards are applied in real life. We had 23 participants. Now I know that given the sessions and the experiences heard yesterday and today, this might seem a modest number, but you have to consider the size of Slovenia, and it was actually a quite promising start. The first edition was extremely valuable because it gave us feedback directly from the students. And what did we learn? That students valued industry-focused sessions the most, that they would prefer shorter and a more compact program, and that the overall experience with the autumn school was considered useful for their future professional lives. So this encouraged us to make the autumn school of standardization open for the next edition to other students, not just students from the electrotechnical faculty. And so we went back to work. We created new promotional materials. We seized every opportunity we had at different events to reach students, but also representatives of interesting companies to join us as lecturers. And so came to the second edition of the autumn school in 2024. We shortened the program and shifted it slightly later in the academic calendar, which proved to be a smart move because the results were excellent. The participation doubled to 50 students. And this time we had students from other faculties as well, like mechanical engineering, computer science, and economic studies. And of course, the diversity made the event richer and more interesting. Again, the feedback from the student was that it was clear that they highly appreciated the sessions with industry representatives. So since November, we have been preparing for the third edition of the autumn school. Again, we are working on new and fresh promotional materials and also on inviting new and inspiring Slovenian companies to join us, all to enhance the interaction between students and companies and attract more people. I would kindly ask Andrea to show a promotional material. Okay, thank you. This one was a short one. I have another one, so we'll have a better look at that. The next slide is just a short overview of the evolution from the two editions, 23 and 24. But since we are in short with time, I will move to the next one. Now for this year's edition, our aim is to go beyond Ljubljana. We will try to attract also students from other regions of Slovenia, and we will upgrade the contents with the hackathon, where companies will present real-life challenges to students, and then the task of the students will be to, or they will be encouraged to find solutions based on standards. And we hope that this interactive approach will allow students to experience firsthand how standards can provide support to industry. Now, alongside our project of the Autumn School, we also launched the project of the Ambassadors on Standardization. Now, why ambassadors? Because we realized that sometimes hearing about standardization from us, the institute, the senior generation, is not enough to truly connect with the students. Young people are more likely to listen to and relate to their peers. So our ambassadors are selected from among the participants of the Autumn School. Preferably, we choose enthusiastic, communicative, and proactive individuals who will later on act as opinion leaders within their communities. Their role and responsibilities include to represent CIST positively, to help us create content that is more fit, that can fit students' expectations or preferences, and of course spread enthusiasm about standardization. And in return, we support them as much as possible. Just two examples, we have them, they have their own initiatives, one of which was the organization of exhibition about standards in the Central Technical Library, and we also support them when they visit foreign countries and try to organize or set up visits of other national standards bodies, just to name a couple of examples. These are the first, this is a picture of our first two ambassadors, Hannah and Eric from 2023. And in the next slide, you will meet also the new couple from 2024, again, a girl and a boy, Eva and Alexander. And I'm sure you will agree with me that with such enthusiastic young people, the future of standardization actually looks brighter.
Hi everyone. We are ambassadors of standardization from Slovenian Institute of Standardization.
Our journey started about a year and a half ago at Autumn School for Standardization, where we got to learn about standards and even more. We got the amazing opportunity to become young ambassadors for standardization. We did not know where this path would lead us, but since that day, so many amazing things have happened.
First up, Conference about Energy. It was the first time we realized the importance of standards, not just as guidelines, but also as a foundation for quality and safety.
At the Faculty of Electrotechnics Career Day, I realized that being a technical secretary or standardizer is really cool.
Next up, Ediție company, the leading company in production of fuses. Well, there we got to see how everything works in real life.
Who would have thought that fuses play such an important role in safety?
Then came Photovoltaics Conference. There we had the chance to hear everything about the future of solar energy and that the standards are everywhere.
Literally everywhere.
Let's also not forget about the visit to Central Technical Library of Slovenia, where Hannah discovered the treasure trove of standards. And yes, I was hard to get her out.
Hey, what about your visit to the National Standardization Authority of Ireland? It must have been great there, right? Let's not mince our words. Our journey has indeed been very challenging, but it was also really fun. We met a lot of people and company representatives.
But now it's time to pass the baton along, introducing the new standardization ambassadors of Slovenia who will lead us in ediție.
Hi, my name is Eva,
And I'm Alexander.
and we're both looking forward to the new challenges. Hey, but not without us. We're all looking forward to the new challenges, exploration, and amazing new opportunities that this journey brings.
And don't forget to join us in creating a better world.
Because the world is safe and sound will send us not around.
Thank you. So we promise we won't sleep on our achievements, but we will try to continue to grow. So our goals remain ambitious and focused on the long run. We want to present our results to the ministries for education and advocate for integrating standardization into the official curriculum. We want to become a permanent partner in education through mechanisms such as micro-credentials, and we want to establish our institute as an official provider of trainings through national centers of vocational and technical education. Again, all of this with one goal, important goal, making sure that our world remains safe and sound with standards all around. So this was my presentation. Thank you. I invite you to follow us on the social media, and should you have any other interest, we are very happy to provide you with the details. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dufilar, for the inspiring presentation. So on this inspiring note, I invite you for a 10 minutes coffee break, and we reconvene 12 minutes. So we reconvene here at 11:20 with just a few other inspiring national standards organizations, and then we go into the AFCOS project. So 12 minutes. See you here. Also for those online, we reconvene at 11:20. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for being such efficient and having coffee and snacks so fast. So we'll move forward with the presentations and the best practices from the national standards bodies. And we will continue with Miss Ana Maria Bolianovic. And Dr. Ana Maria Bolianovic is the head of Standards Library at the Croatian Standards Institute, where she leads the management and dissemination of national and international standards. In this strategic role, she ensures that enterprises, researchers, and policymakers have access to the essential standards that drive innovation, quality, and compliance across Croatia and beyond. Please welcome Ms. Ana Maria Bolianovic.
It was very nice yesterday evening and a very fruitful conference. So my intent is to say something about our experience engaging with universities. We have many other initiatives in teaching or lectures, but this time I will only focus to universities. So I will say some things about this topic, a few things about Croatian Standards Institute that are introduction to this topic. So the main years could be 2005 when we became public institution, and then 2010 full member in Senatului. Also in 2013 we Croatian Standards Institute become implementing body for regulation on standardization. And in 2014, in 2025, this year, we marking the 20 year of our establishment. Last year, we also became a member of ETSI, full member of ETSI. So we are also full member of ISO, ISC, and very similar to our colleagues from Austria and Serbia and Slovenia, of course, that had presentations. So now we have 48 employees, 73 holds the university degree. Our administrative board consists of 5 members. 3 of them are from our responsible authority, Ministry of Economy. We have a technical board of 12 members, and then also our council, which consists of our members, count 265 members. We have 171 technical committees established in which participate around 1,740 experts. So the main group which now interesting us are academia. So from universities we have 22 members, including faculties or higher education institutions, and they are represented with 312 individuals in our technical committees. So also I want to add that we are 100% funded by the state budget, and we participate with around 25% of our own income from the sales of standards or our services. So we have a long-standing commitment to education. Even in 2004, when we published our decree of establishment, in one article there is a strong commitment that we will do professional training in standardization, and we did this, I can say, with all these years, and even in 2015, when the first textbook for higher education was published, our expert from our university, from Faculty of Electrical Engineering and Computing contributed as a member of our institute to this publication. Such program was implemented in this faculty, but I must say not under any supervision of our institute. So this is the situation also with other faculties. We know that there are some programs, especially connected with quality management, that are in process, but we as Croatian Standards Institute do not participate or are not involved. So here are our key activities for our students. So these are only some statistics for the last 4 years. Especially we after publishing European strategy on standardization, we really seriously started to think about this problem, lacking of new experts in standardization, and that we have to do something to involve more students and more academic in these activities, standardization activities. So we had almost around 30 lecturers in the last few years, and students are coming to our institute, or we are going to visit some faculties. Approximately this lecture lasts for 19 minutes. So it includes topics such as overview of our institute, what is the role of our institute, then something about introduction to standards, standardization, about technical committees, what are they doing, what are the responsibilities if in these committees for members, for presidents, secretary, or so on. Also about European standards, how they are connected with EU legislation, about what can standards what they can do with in the field of research and innovation, how they can help or improve this. Always about copyright and access to standards, and then how they can be involved, and what is their what can be their advantage when they seek for a job. So this is like some kind of our general observation or some information that we can share. This is not, I can say it is always on a voluntary basis with my colleagues in institute who will be the presenter, who will participate. So usually there are 3 of us that are doing such a lecture. So we also allow students to have some the greatest percentage of this the discount on the purchasing of standards, Croatian standards, and also educational institutions has some discount of 20% for all our for buying or purchasing Croatian standards. Also, they have a discount to access to our repository, since we heard we can talk about education, about general things, information about standardization, but also when it comes to education about some usage of standards, it's something different. So we think that the possibility to read standards is really important for anyone that want to come to this activity, to know better standards and to use standards. So we also have some occasional internships in our institute that can be also maybe upgraded or something to make more students involved. Then here are our partners that we have some kind of cooperation. As you can see, those are technical committees, but also we have a joint we have agreement with Croatian Engineering Association, and we have from 2016 collaboration with our University Computing Center, which is responsible for this architecture or infrastructure for all universities and in Croatia, that every student in Croatia has a digital identity. So it is easier for us to have some kind of subscription due to this infrastructure. We found some increase in the number of users from academia from 2022 until now. So with a modest number of 52 users, and views of standards 100 views. Now in this time we have the number of 778 users of this repository, and they view almost 4,700 standards. So this are the information how we also engaged students in some activities in 2021. As Tatiana already mentioned, we also had some Croatian participants, students in this ECNEG virtual workshop. Then we had some participant in Sensenelec Young Professional Panel in 2022. We always encouraged our students to come to our standards library, where every information and every document is read-only available free of charge for them. I want to say that Standards Library has a long tradition in Croatia. It was open in 1979, so it was part of referral center. So we keep this continuity, and we ask our students to come and to use every knowledge and every possible information that we can give to them. So sorry, I'm not finished yet, but maybe. Okay, I can switch to this, but
if you want to carry on, Ms. Boljanovic, you can use the projector as the source, and we will. Thank you.
Okay, who is managing now? You. Okay, then I think we are somewhere here. Here, yes. Also, we encourage students to integrate standards in their presentation, in their seminars, and we give them grants for using standards, of course, in accordance with the copyright policies. Please, next slide. So we also have some efforts to try to find some new ways how to improve this education activities in our institute. So last year we participated in Delft in this event on education about standardization. Also, one of our colleagues was appointed as a Senatului expert in workstream 1 education and skills. Also, the same colleague won the award from Senatului in 2023 for the campaign with students proud to work for standards. And also there is an upcoming event in Berlin where also 3 of my colleagues will participate. So we think that it will be a good opportunity to have some new information and to try to find some new ways how to deal with this topic. Please, next slide. So this is our current challenge. Our activities are mostly informal, like strategic coordination. So there are on a voluntary basis in our institute, in these lecturers, they are always involved, our technical committee secretary, but if they want, they can decide not to be involved if they don't want to share their knowledge. So we share our knowledge as we see what can be interesting or important for these students, for education, for this education training, but we need to develop some programs, some action plans, some national strategy to this topic because we have to make this more formal. We also need to secure support from management and also from a relevant ministry of education, for education, and we have to find clear roles within our institute to coordinate and lead education initiatives. Also, our ambition is leveraging the existing and forging new relationships with academia, engaging all relevant stakeholders, and building partnership and delivering impactful activities tailored to academia's needs. So as Ms. Ivana Mijatovic said yesterday, the time is ticking. We don't have many times. We have gap between the old experts and new experts. We are still waiting for new experts, so something have to be done. And I see that the professors from universities, academia, they have this effort and strength to do much more than we in our national standard body, but maybe in cooperation and with some new programs with supervisory of NSBs, this can be like some good solution. So thank you for the attention, and if you don't have any question, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We will take the questions at the end of the session. And now we would like to follow with the... Okay, due to some technical issues, we will have 2 minutes, a coffee break, a 2 minutes break. Okay, we can, because, yeah, perfect. Because we have a special guest, the delegation from the North Macedonia. They don't have a presentation, so we can use this space to give them the floor. The North Macedonia delegation is represented by Mr. William Hristovski. He's the head of Unit for Standards, Data and Technical Editing and Standardization Institute of the North of Republic of the North Macedonia. Mr. Christovski has been actively involved in the international standardization efforts, representing the organization in international standardization. His extensive experience and contributions have positioned him as a key figure in advancing standardization practices in the North Macedonia and fostering international collaboration in the field. Please join me in a warm welcome for Mr. Christovski.
Okay. First of all, I would like to say to all of you that we were not planning to be here. We were not sure, so that's why we didn't have presentation. But I will just add some points today. I would like, on behalf of my director, Mihai to say huge thanks to our colleagues from ASRO, and especially to the General Director, Ms. Iuliana Cilea, to the great organization and being a wonderful host on this Balkan conference. As well, big thanks to the university. I would like to mention here that in 2011, some of the presence here remember that the conference was held in Macedonia, in the city of Ohrid, beautiful city of Ohrid, the city where I am coming from. So that's why I'm proud of that. And it continues very successful. Just one, two sentences about ICRSM. We a full member of ISO since 1995 and a full member of CENELEX since 2012. And as an independent institute, ICRSM is since 2003. Before that, it was together with metrology and accreditation. When we are coming to the collaboration with the universities, with academia, first of all, I would like to mention that especially starting 2018, when Cevat Chițără became director, we had a lot of trainings. We organized a lot of trainings for our stakeholders. And like in each training, we had like about different standards, depending on what stakeholders asking for. And we had like 30 to 100 participants in each training. 2019, we had 11 trainings. And after that, in COVID, we had some online trainings, but it was not that successful like 2019. And now we have like 4 or 5 trainings per year, some years 6, depending each year. And 40% of the representatives are from the universities. And with their cooperation, because we are a small institute and we don't have opportunity for training, to hold a training. So they help us by giving their own training hall, building, so for free. So we hold the trainings in different universities. Like as an expert, 80% where we are P member, 80% of the experts from Macedonia, from North Macedonia, are included in mirror committee of Științele from the academia. So they are very well known about that. I would like to mention as well that ICRSM, our employees, hold several trainings in different universities for the students. It was, they hold a training in the Faculty of Civil Engineering and Architecture, Faculty of Technology and Metallurgy, Mechanical Faculty, and Electrotechnical Faculty so far. So we had like 6-7 trainings so far. They were all made by our employees. Last year, we have cooperation with Serbian Institute for Standardization and University in Belgrade and our university in Skopje. So 2 professors meet each other. On that meetings was delegation from Serbian Institute, delegation from our institute. And after that, after that cooperation, in our country was formed a new technical committee, ISRSM TC 49. It's security and resilience. So now that committee is in function. What I would like to say that we have 32 technical committees, and in each of these technical committees, academia people are included. So in all of them. And I would like to mention one very successful story. With 2023, we had a project financed by ISO. It was about managing energy, ISO 50001, energy management systems. It was train the trainers. 5 countries were included, and Macedonia was the most successful country. And out of them, after 2 years, very successful tasks, ISO engage experts from North Macedonia. He is professor in the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering, and now they have some training in Pretoria, in South Africa. And for the first time, ISO engage our experts to be trained.
Thank you very much for
So,
the.
Okay. I was just
Okay, I thought
just
that
one more word, just to say that we had a memorandum of understanding with most of the national standards bodies. So it's good practice. So in the future to have with all of us.
Thank you very much. And now, very well, much awaited presentation of. I will kindly ask you to have patience and for the last presentation of the NSB. Thank you. Now the last presentation, well awaited, of Ms. Rada Caprivița. She served as the distinguished head of the international cooperation at the Institute of Standardization of Montenegro, leading the country's strategic international partnership and standardization initiatives. Ms. Rada is spearheading Montenegro's strategic global partnership and advancing excellence in national and international standardization. Please welcome me in giving the floor to Ms. Rada.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me introduce myself. I am Rada Koprivica, in charge of international affairs, in charge of international affairs at Institute for Standardization of Montenegro, ISME. Our gratitude to ASRO, Romanian Standards Association, and University as well, for raising this point, which we have found really challenging to link standardization and education in this demanding time. As regards our topic, education and standardization. Just a second. We are bound to look back at 2008 and the initiative of American Society for Engineering Education to provide a series of scientific and professional conferences and consequently ISO's further approaches of connecting national standards bodies and university centers as well. Let me, in brief, to recap ISME's activities. ISME with 21 employees and membership in ISO as full member, in San Sanalek as affiliate member, International Electrotechnical Commission as associate member. We aim to motivate academic community to recognize standards and standardization as imperative for further upgrading. Some recapitulation concerning connecting standardization and university centers in Montenegro. ISME as quality infrastructure institution aims to ensure continual enforcement, standardization, and quality as consistency of learning students across the and pupils across the school and further to higher education system. As regards education and standardization in Montenegro, we would like to stress a very successful cooperation with the following educational institutions. First of all is University of Montenegro, the oldest and the largest state-owned higher education in our country. It's an international recognized institution. A second one is a private higher education institution, University of Donja Gorica, as well as Mediterranean University, also private higher education institution. We have also very good cooperation with the Ministry of Education, Sciences and Innovation. Standardization and academic community in Montenegro are interconnected on multiple levels, such as theoretical, practical, and institutional. Teachers, full professors, researchers, and experts from academic spheres are our members of technical committees, task force, etc. Also, they are experts in ISO, TCs, and working groups, as well as the members of the Institute's management bodies, such as managing board and council as well. Standardization provides support to upgrade the startups and innovation companies developed on universities and innovation and business operating centers. As regards standardization, integrating in national universities through curricula, there are key approaches between or among ISME and universities, creating multidisciplinary learning modules focused on standards literacy and implementing standardized curricula in specific disciplines like engaging and data analysis to enhance student competencies and professional outcomes. Such like for the time being, standards and standardization are interconnected within actual curricula of the following faculties: Faculty of Mechanical Engineering, Faculty of Civil Engineering, Biotechnical Faculty, Faculty of Maritime Affairs, Faculty of Metallurgy and Technology, Faculty of Medicine, as well as within private universities such as the Faculty of Information Systems and Technologies, Faculty for Food Technology and Food Safety and Ecology, as well as Faculty of Polytechnics. ISME also has signed agreements on technical cooperation with relevant educational centers such as Faculty of Mechanical Engineering, Civil Engineering, Bureau for Education Services, and we also have a cooperation agreement with Vocational High School. As regards faculty, as regards our cooperation with the faculty and their engagement concerning integration of standardization in national universities through curricula, we would like to be proud of our cooperation with the University of Montenegro and its Center for Quality Improvement, responsible for quality standards implementation within higher education. First of all, our cooperation with faculties is based on cooperation with the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering. This faculty has accredited and licensed interdisciplinary master study program, quality and standardization. Apart from this faculty, this topic is also interconnected and It includes the full professors, teachers, and the researchers from the Faculty of Economics, Faculty of Tourism, and Hotel Management, and Faculty of Natural Sciences and Mathematics as well. Within the same faculty, Faculty of Mechanical Engineering, there is also existing Center for Quality for more than 30 years. It has been dealing with topics closely related to standardization, organizing a great number of activities, quality schools, over 20 national advisory sessions, over 10 international conferences, etc., etc. As regards our cooperation with civil engineering faculty, I'm going to go on to speak about in details about it a little bit later. But as regards curricula within this faculty, it includes Eurocodes in its curriculum in order to point out to the students as future designers the importance of implementing Eurocodes in structural design as well as national annexes for the relevant for concerned part of Eurocodes. Concerning biotechnical faculty, it also includes accredited and licensed interdisciplinary master study program for food safety, standards and standardization in agricultural production and wine technology, and standards in production are also included in its curriculum. Little bit info on Faculty of Metallurgy and Technology. Study programs contain also the subjects focused on standardization, and currently they're in process of organizing a new study program and its accreditation oriented towards standardization. There is also a Department for Environmental Protection, and they have a curriculum offering standardization goals and principles dealing with standards of environmental management systems. A few words about study program in English within Maritime Affairs faculty. It's
Rada, sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but our guests from the European Standards Organizations need to leave.
No.
And yes, and
just a few words about our engagement with the academic community. Few slides, just a few slides.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, it's here. It's here. Yes, 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 it's here. Thank you. In the light of our cooperation with the academic community, we would like to we are so proud on our recent panel discussion with co-organized with civil engineering faculty concerning BIM implementation, standards, key steps and examples from the practice. We had it was attended by over 90 participants, and the full professors were panelists, moderators, experts, also chambers of engineers, experts were our moderators, panelists, etc., etc. Another very important issue is our cooperation with the Science and Technology Park, with the Technopolis. It is the most important center for the development of innovative and startup companies in Montenegro. It's one of the pictures from the events. ISMI's cooperation with faculties. We would like to highlight that we had a very attended panel discussion for 21001 standard in educational institutions in Montenegro. Every year, ISMIR participates in scientific and professional conferences organized in country and wider, concerning civil engineering, concerning quality system conditions for successful business and competitiveness, as well as IT conference. It's of international and scientific value. It's all. It's all for you. We are going to continue.
thank you very much. Thank you very much. Timing is very important issue in standardization. Timing is very important issue in standardization. So I would like to give a big round of applause to Nikita, Claire, and Andrea Oh, okay.
So thank you very much and have a safe trip home.
Sigur, puști.
Păi sunt brzo.
Nema da ja to
Sam bio.
nek vam kasni avion.
Evo ga, do zajednice. Sad ću mi ođe malo da se pohvalim 23.
Konačno da završim, da ti olakša.
So we let who has the flight to we will continue our session.
Just a second. I have 3 slides more.
Yes, this I'm saying we can continue. Rather, we can continue. We apologize. It's yeah, you know how it's with the flights and travels. Yeah, we are continuing the session. Somebody help me with the translation in some other language, maybe, please.
Okay. I'm going to continue. To go further.
No, we cannot continue until we have full attention from the. Thank you very much. So Rada, please continue your presentation, and we will also have a round of questions for this panel, please.
Okay. During this period, ISME, in cooperation with the Ministry of Economic Development, realized one very important project, IPA project, in the context of increasing the harmonization implementation of the acquis in a legal framework in the field of competitiveness and innovation. We have realized more than 30 activities, project activities. You can take a look some of them. Also, we would like to highlight that the Institute has identified measures to improve cooperation with the academic community and scientific community in Montenegro throughout these steps. Sorry. Oh. Just a second. Yes, and finally, improving ISME and academic community cooperation brings multiple benefits. Developing these impressive national resources for standardization won't be able in the absence of contribution of great number of technical bodies, experts, full professors, students, and consultants who have, together with us from ISME, actively participated in creating ground for networking, standardization, and educational institutions. Integral promotion of standardization system and standards implementation benefits, especially in higher education, will lead to accepting quality and social responsibility as working category, philosophy, and practice. Consequently, it will lead to rational approach to available resources that will directly reflect on creating the most favorable environment for business. It's the only way of developing long-term value system. And finally, we hope ISME has started moving the needle, cooperating with the academic community to foster including quality infrastructure with emphasis on standardization in their educational programs. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Rada, and thank you everyone for your patience. I know we are well aware we are a little bit over time. We will continue directly with the last session of the day. So I will kindly ask you for your patience and attention, because it's good practices that you may use or get inspiration to use in your own organizations. Therefore, we will continue with the AFCOS project. It's a success story of collaboration between research and standardization, and the theme of the workforce of the future. Please join me in welcoming our first speaker of the session, Ms. Elița Petkova, the project coordinator of Cleantech Bulgaria, who will present the AFCOS project key results and the accomplishments. Miss Eliza Petkova is the project coordinator, where she leads initiatives in circular economy, sustainability, and innovation. She also serves as national contact for Point for Horizon Europe Cluster 5 and RISE project that advance environmental excellence and industrial transformation. Please welcome Miss Eliza Petkova, who will join us online. Eliza, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we do. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I cannot switch on my camera. It is disabled by the host, but this is not a problem. I'm very sad that I'm not in presence with you today. And yeah, for the AFCOS project, I will give you the context behind it, and my colleagues will jump in with intervention straight after. I will try to keep it as short as possible, as I know we are well beyond time now. I have started screen sharing on Zoom, but I assume you need to do it also in the room. If you can confirm that everything is okay with the slides.
Yes, we can see very well the slides.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So hello from my side. My name is Eliza Petkova, project coordinator at Cleantech Bulgaria and the lead partner of the AFCOS project. Very briefly on the AFCOS. AFCOS is a partnership of 7 full partners from 4 European countries: Bulgaria, Romania, Italy, and Belgium. We bring together research and educational capacity, and I'm very happy that I heard so fine examples in the presentations before me on how education for standardization is coming on the stage. We are additionally supported by 7 associated partners from 6 other countries in Europe, which actually helps us build a comprehensive EU coverage and to maximize the potential of AFCOS. But what is actually AFCOS? In the heart of AFCOS lays the understanding that standardization can be a key factor for driving the twin transition of the European economy, and more specifically of the construction sector. Because, you know, construction sector is one of the key sectors when it comes to environmental performance, when it comes to economical impact in the EU. So AFCOS is really focused on streamlining and shaping approaches to standardization that can help the construction sector to and the innovation in the construction sector to produce innovative construction products faster, standardize them, and put them on the market faster, so all of us can actually benefit from this transformation. What triggered AFCOS? Back in 2023, when we started shaping the project, we consulted with our partners from ASRO, from the Bulgarian Institute for Standardization, from CRISCON in Italy, Technical University of Sofia, and the Romanian Green Building Council. And we actually realized that there are several key challenges on our way. They triggered AFCOS. This is the fragmented standardization ecosystem. This is the slow adaptation to innovation in the construction sector. This is the lack of skills and awareness, something that was mentioned already by the previous speakers, and the low industry engagement. So AFCOS actually proposes solutions to these challenges. We put in the center of the AFCOS activities a multi-stakeholder collaboration. We know that we cannot go in silos anymore. We need a very wide dialogue with industry, with policymakers, with standardization bodies on how we actually can make standardization processes more flexible, more agile. Additionally, our standardization partners and experts performed excellent work on researching the pre-normative context and the creation of agile roadmaps for standardization and education. Our educational partners, on the other hand, produced educational and training programs which were piloted this year, and you will hear more a bit later. And of course, we cannot complete the cycle without having a very clear stakeholder engagement and exploitation strategy to put the results from AFCOS into life, so to say. This is our entire process. My colleagues will go in more details just in a few minutes. But as I mentioned already, and I really would like to highlight this, is that stakeholder engagement is in the heart. It informed our pre-normative research activities on legislative frameworks, existing standards, and industrial needs. It informed the co-design of the roadmaps for standardization and education, our knowledge and skills development in the format of courses for master students and industrial representatives, and also the exploitation of results from the AFCOS project. In the next slides, I just have some highlights about our key results. What is maybe important to mention here is that within AFCOS, we focus not only on construction because it is a complex sector, but we narrow the focus on two product categories: low carbon cement and low carbon cement-based products. This is applicable for Bulgaria, so this is the case for Bulgaria. And the bio-based products for the insulation of the building's envelope, which is, let's say, the main topic for Romania. Our colleagues from the standardization bodies and the experts, they analyzed the existing legislative framework. They identified difficulties and barriers to standardization, and as a result, they produced this pre-normative research, including identified gaps. Those gaps directly fed into the co-design of the roadmaps for standardization and education. You can imagine the roadmaps as advisory documents which highlight actually how the processes can be simplified or made more flexible, what can be improved in the fields of standardization, but also in the field of capacity building, meaning education and training. This is a, let's say, key result from the AFCOS. I think my colleagues Irene Bijeva from BDS and Sebastiano Cristoforetti from Criscon will tell you a bit more right after my presentation. Knowledge and skills. A lot has been mentioned already in the panel this morning on education for standardization. What we did in AFCOS is we developed training contents integrated into different online training platforms, including a Moodle platform, which is under the project. And we piloted the courses in Bulgaria and Romania with professionals and master students. As a result of all the lessons learned, we have produced a strategy for education and skills development in standardization, which I highly advise you, along with the other project results, to have a look at for inspiration, and maybe why not starting a dialogue about what are our common next steps. Last but not least, the exploitation of results. As I mentioned already, AFCOS is ambitious about exploitation, about cross-country, cross-sectoral stakeholder dialogue. And this said, we have put immense efforts into presenting our key results to multiple stakeholders and informing them on what has been done so far. One of those key results is the white paper on flexible standardization pathways for new construction products, which is coming right after. And also we have developed a transferability and scalability model to expand our results across the EU. So we are open to discuss, of course, further with you and to join forces together on excelling standardization for driving the twin transition. This is a Kumu map, which we produced for the AFCOS project. It mirrors our stakeholder engagement process in a very nice visual way, actually. This is just for you to understand how important stakeholder engagement is for us, because we cannot go alone. Nobody from us can go alone in this. Only together we can make a difference, and this is how we do it in AFCOS. Yeah, I mentioned it already, but our really key focuses are to make standardization processes more agile, to improve capacity building in standardization, to produce the roadmaps and to inform interested parties on how we can advance our processes. And of course, to do that in collaboration with stakeholders and in line with the EU policy goals, because this is the umbrella of everything. This is my last slide. I really tried to keep it very short. I will use the opportunity today for being here with you, even online, to invite those of you who will happen to be in Brussels on the 16th of October to join us for our final event. It will be under the European Week of Regions and Cities, which is taking place in Brussels during this time. So if you happen to be in Brussels, you can use the QR code here on my presentation to register on Eventbrite, and we will be very, very happy to see you in Brussels in person and to discuss further what we can do together for really advancing standardization of new construction products, but not only. Thank you very much for your attention, and I remain available for any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Petkova, for your presentation, very concise and helpful. Now we'll follow with Ms. Irene Dabija, Managing Director of the BDS, Bulgarian Institute for Standardization. Ms. Irene has served as the Managing Director of the Bulgarian Institute for Standardization since December 2020. With a background in engineering, she has been instrumental in advancing Bulgaria's standardization framework, and under her leadership, BDS has played a pivotal role in the adoption and implementation of European standards, particularly with Eurocode and within the Bulgarian regulatory system. Her contribution has significantly enhanced the alignment of national standards with the European and international norms, fostering greater integration and competitiveness in various sectors. Please have the floor, Ms. Irene. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank you, ASRO and University, for perfect organization of this conference and for opportunity to present our project AFCOS, with ASRO and other members of consortium. Dear colleagues, let me first say a few words about the Bulgarian Institute for Standardization, BDS. BDS is an independent, non-governmental, non-profit organization that operates for public interest. BDS activities are regulated by the law of national standardization, and it is the only recognized national standardization body in Bulgaria. BDS is member organization. It has more than 320 members, which are legal entities, only legal entities. BDS is full member of the International Standardization Organization, ISO and IEC, and of European SEN and SENELEC. What is the main activities of BDS? BDS develops national standards and adopts international and European standards as Bulgarian. It distributes standards and provides information services and trainings. We also participate in project implementation. BDS maintains a large database of national and adopted standards. The standardization activities are performed through 89 technical bodies. BDS has 5 technical departments and 57 employees. In AFCUS project, BDS participates in all main activities and was the lead partner in developing the standardization roadmap, which I'll briefly present today. The full name of the deliverable is Roadmap for Standardization as Enabler on Innovation Uptake in the New Building Material Fields. The purpose of the roadmap is to be enabler of innovation. It offers the steps which a person or an organization could undertake to walk the road to faster delivery of an innovation result to the market by using standardization tools. Very important for our project are target groups and collaboration with industry in these target groups. The main target group of roadmaps is the innovation owners, who would initiate a standardization action with the purpose to bring their innovative solutions closer to the market. However, there are also other target groups to benefit from it in various cases. Those are innovation startups and SMEs, private companies, business associations, academia, and even government institutions and standards development organizations. The roadmap on standardization primarily explores the use of SEN-SENELEC workshop agreements and European technical assessments based on European assessment documents. Of course, those are not the only options. They are examples of how different standardization deliverables may be more or less appropriate depending on the product's maturity, the regulatory context, and the intended market access strategy. In short, we recommended these two tools for fast-track standardization. We made a comparison between European standards, workshop agreements, and European technical assessment. You may see on the screen the comparison and analysis we made led us to the conclusion that the standardization process usually takes a significant amount of time for approval of European standards, while innovation requires quick actions, outcomes, and agile procedures to go to the market. We all are engaged in standardization, that the time for development of European standards, particularly harmonized European standard, takes approximately 3 years. And innovation in some sectors, after 3 years, are not more innovation. The roadmap explains also the most important aspects of the development and approval process of the chosen deliverables, their advantages and disadvantages, and what purposes they could be used for. For example, the comparison shows that if the innovator needs to affix CE marking on its product, he or she should initiate an European assessment document development, but has to be prepared for covering higher cost to obtain European technical approval. So we outline 2 possible pathways to fast-track standardization procedures. The guidance does not explain in detail all organizational and technical aspects of workshop agreements or European technical assessment development, but rather propose concrete actions which the innovation owner should undertake through answering the questions: what to do, who is responsible and should be involved, what is the time frame. So this is a roadmap for standardization through SEN workshop agreement development. On this slide, you can see the picture on pathway for standardization through workshop agreement development. The standardization route goes through 10 steps, which logically follow the process and procedures described in SEN-SENELEC Guide 29, or SENELEC Workshop Agreements, a rapid way to standardization. However, all proposed actions are adapted so as to be used by the innovation owner as practical guiding advice on how to proceed and what to do. This slide shows an example of how the roadmap is structured and what information it provides. Here you can see a brief summary of 3 of the actions of the roadmap, and for each of them, the roadmap explains what to do, who should do this and is to be involved, and what the supposed time frame is. The second roadmap, second option we offer is the pathway for standardization through development of European assessment document using European technical assessment respectively. Again, this is the scheme that briefly describes this route of standardization. Of course, we should emphasize that EAD and ETA are applicable to construction products only and not for offer innovative solutions such as technology, methods, processes, materials, etc. As the European assessment document development procedure is more simple than the one for workshop agreement development, This roadmap describes only 5 steps which the product owner should walk to take the product to the market. The roadmap for European technical approval follows the same logic as the one for workshop agreement and similarly provides the specific suggestion for action, responsible entity and time. In November 2024, two stakeholders consultations were held to discuss the draft roadmap with more than 40 participants in total. The participants shared valuable views and opinion, and the most important ones are listed on this slide. The challenges which were identified are related mainly to the insufficient speed of the standardization process, which cannot respond to the commercialization of innovation. The final conclusion was that there is a need for coordinated action between industry, educational institutions, small and medium-sized enterprises, and the public sector, focused on the following main priorities: education and training, especially university education, faster standardization process, and improved stakeholder collaboration. So this was my short presentation about standardization roadmap in AFCO's project.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now we will continue with another presentation in the same project, in AFCO's project. We'll continue with Mr. Sebastiano Cristoforetti from CRISCON. Mr. Cristoforetti will join us online, and he's the managing director of CRISCON. With over 18 years of experience, he leads initiatives in green building, circular economy, and EU-funded R&D projects. He has been instrumental in aligning the EU-level framework with green finance standards through the Smarter project, aiming to harmonize sustainability metrics across Europe. Please allow me to welcome Mr. Sebastian Cristoforetti.
Good morning. Can you hear me well? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great.
Please go ahead.
Good news. So first of all, and if you can also see my slides,
We
this is
can
great.
see it.
Perfect.
Yes.
So first and foremost, thanks for the opportunity to talk about one of the deliverables of Smarter. And before getting into these, I would say that this presentation serves as a sort of a bridge between Iren's presentation, which focused on one of the two roadmaps we had, the standardization one, which was based and linked to the very wide research activity and deliverable. We actually delivered together with many stakeholders. And the next presentation, which is going to be held by Professor Dorian Bale, which is very close to what we have seen today, as raising as an urgency and a collection of best practices which are maturing over Europe. So getting to the white paper. The white paper is one of the deliverables in AFCO. Sorry, Smarter is another project. We designed it in a way which is, providing content at a strategic level, if you want, to a variety of stakeholders. So of course, it focuses on flexible standardization pathways to accelerate the market uptake of sustainable construction products. It leverages strategic use of standardization deliverables, such as the mentioned workshop agreements, and of course the ETAs based on EADs and today, which are the solution depending on the technology readiness level of the specific product. It aims at alignment with the evolving EU policies, of course, EU taxonomy, just to mention one, and works on a systemic level, as you will see, condensing what came out of stakeholder engagement in the previous work efforts and work streams in the AFCOS process. So it focuses on, or it started on, since the research phase, to specific categories: low carbon cement and cement-based products, including concrete, prefabricated, structural concrete elements, reinforced concrete elements, etc., and bio-based insulation products. And this was by design because, on the one hand, it covered two urgencies, which we were aware of in Bulgaria and Romania, respectively, and urgencies which are both clearly related to innovation for sustainability in construction works, not just buildings. And on the other hand, it was clearly instrumental to provide a picture of the variety of stakeholders into the value chain of construction products. Because if low carbon cement and cement-based products do have pretty mature standardization, framework or environment, if you want. They have a small bunch of very large conglomerates with centralized research, very large investment capacity over the world, and especially in Europe. On the opposite, bio-based insulation products are pretty new in most cases. The standardization landscape isn't mature, nor exhaustive to date, and the innovation actors, as Irene mentioned them, are typically SMEs, and so they have much smaller technical and financial capacity. So with that, we have two subcategories in the stakeholder category of the manufacturers, if you want, or the producers, which are at the opposite. And in between, we have all the cases. The recommendations we have here, and condensed, summarized here, are targeting for broad stakeholders categories, which we will see in a while. So standardization bodies, policymakers, industry and applied research actors, and education and training providers. This is a very specific AFCOS grouping centered on standards. For each actionable recommendation, we have identified scope and suggested next steps, which typically relates to collaboration between those groups of stakeholders, those categories, for further research and implementation. And we have key actions, such as the one listed here. I will go to the slides. I will skip, for the sake of time, a few of the slides, or go swiftly. And then, of course, the goals are to elevate through the white paper, which is addressing, I would say, high stakes in those categories typically. So it is a policy instrument, a policy tool, or a strategic tool in the hands of the business sector. It elevates the AFCOS results. It fosters standardization. It provides evidence-based importance on standardization, of course, along with the different technology readiness levels. And it develops recommendations for flexible standardization pathways. Of course, it was delivered as almost all the deliverables in AFCOS through a collaborative process, iterative process, involving or gathering, the outcomes from the stakeholders, from research, targeting the stakeholders, involving them, designing a round of piloting and incorporating the pilot results from the education with professional and university students, master university, and finalized. You have already seen that we have different, forms of this Kumu map, which is dynamic. It is being enriched over time, gathering all the stakeholders. So we have grouped them by country, by type, etc. Here you see the by type. Elitsa had a here you can read it by country, as it was a few weeks ago, actually. Elitsa had a by type representation, but you can see we have Bulgarian, Romanian, Italian, European broader, and Belgium, etc., Netherlands, even beside Europe, key stakeholders, which are represented here, and they are grouped by country, and they belong to the 4 main categories, which are the one given the shape of the dot. This is not up to date because we have some more stakeholders. So quickly, the centering the grouping of the stakeholders, which actually led to the work not in silos we had since the very beginning. If we put the compass on the construction product standards, in short, we can see that we have, of course, European national standardization bodies and somehow IOTA's members, which are issuing references. Broadly speaking, they are drafting and issuing the standards, the technical references for the market. And for the policymakers, for public tenders, etc. We have training and education entities, mostly, I would say, depending on the country, but technical universities and in some cases, national associations of engineers, architects, etc., which can participate in drafting with the experts the standards. And when it comes to university, they can teach them to the students for the next utilization. So to say, industry as well can participate in drafting in technical groups but definitely they are the first and foremost the users of the standards. While on the left, policymakers are the ones which are receiving the standards from the technical world, which is on the right, center right, and they are using it to mandate, fulfillment, of course, and to promote performance for, in most cases, and especially in reference to sustainability. I will try to be, relatively quick on that. So we have 4 groups of recommendations. 4 standardization bodies, given that we provide a meaning to flexible standardization pathways, which was already illustrated by Iran. We consider that flexible standardization deliverables, the broad group, are not just technical instruments, but they aim at providing or supporting, fostering a more rapid transitional to harmonized standards and early stage engagement with some categories of innovation, especially in, I would say, mid to high technology readiness levels, depending on the type of products, 5, 6, even more, depending on the case. In short, they bridge innovation and regulation. That's the list of the titles of the recommendations you can find in the white paper addressing the standardization stakeholders. You can see they are tagged as low carbon cement products, bio-based social products, or general use, because most of the recommendations are of much wider application and interest. Each actionable recommendation has a scope and suggested next step for research and implementation in collaborative manner. Let me sum them up or provide some highlights. So most recurring is to the recommendation of adopting performance-based standards, moving away gradually as far as possible from pure old prescriptive material composition and prescriptive in general. I mean, standards towards even more performance-based standards. By making safe that durability, sustainability, and climate impact are measured in the same exact manner, of course. This is a recommendation which is coming mostly from, innovative manufacturers and producers across different types, from cement to bio-based solution products. Accelerate flexible standardization pathways, promoting the tools we mentioned. Small SME, medium enterprises, especially small ones, of course, are asking for a variety, which you can find in the white paper, of tools to support the simplified procedures, or actually to be helped in technically and possibly financially when it comes to ETAs based on EADs, etc. Foster harmonization and collaboration, establishing working groups and joint initiatives to address gaps, etc. Integrate sustainability and digitalization is also something which is always recurring as a recommendation coming from the other three stakeholder groups. I mean, switching to education and training providers, we target university and technical institutes, vocational education and training centers, and especially in those countries where CPD is mandatory, as in Italy, we have it. I mean, we have been using CPD or complying to CPD for many years for many professions. Professional associations and lifelong learning platform. Again, the full list of the titles of the recommendations and some highlights. Integrate standardization into all levels of education. I mean, starting from, probably the master courses, and embed standardization topics and practical examples in university and vocational curricula. Tailor training for SMEs and professionals, which is challenging, to be honest, but it's, paying off. Promote hands-on learning and industry collaboration, actually, both for students and other or senior figures along as professionals, with joint initiatives with industry, of course, and standardization bodies. And this is a recommendation to the education stakeholders. So again, collaboration is at the core, as we have seen. Develop shared resources and common language. This is something which is weird, to the experts, of course, but it's an urgency which comes out from the SMEs. Support lifelong and especially, it is relevant, in all honesty, with GPP, Green Public Procurement. There, we have a variety of capacity and maturity, which often leads to inaccurate formulation of the prescriptions or favorable conditions for the bidders. Support lifelong learning and continuous upskilling, of course, is key. Recommendations to policymakers, pretty key, of course. The aim is to promote the adoption of sustainable construction products by policymakers and regulators. Here, we intend a broad group, a wide spectrum of stakeholders, such as at EU level, European Commission, example, DG Grow and DG Growth and DG Environment, and full length, European Parliament, advisory bodies, for instance, the Platform on Sustainable Finance is key, which are shaping the CPR, the GPP, and the EU taxonomy. On the national level, ministries, relevant ministries, concerned ministries, regulators, market surveillance authorities, public procurement agencies who transport and enforce EU rules and set national GPPs. And I would also add public agencies. Just a quick mention, among all the activities in CRISCON, we work with industry, real estate, and infrastructure. And we have trained hundreds and hundreds, many hundreds, maybe thousands of engineers and architects on product processes from design to works, direction, etc., public agencies, civil protection, you name it. This is clearly important, and public agencies or institutions, which are not just the local government or the general government, are also key. They need to be trained. They don't have enough capacity quite, often, I dare to say. And they are aware of that. Regional, local, and public companies specify, implement GPP in projects, influence uptake via budgets and tendering, of course. These are the recommendations. Again, I would skip them. You will see mostly on general application, on the low carbon cement products and biobased products, etc. A few highlights, and then we have another group and we are done. I know we have, a close lunch. Fix the governance bottleneck. Close the OJ official journal citation gap with EU monitoring function and simultaneous citation, because it provides some troubles on the ground. Make GPP a market engine using LCA and global warming potential thresholds and updated price list to promote, more sustainable products, more innovative products in civil works level, using levels possibly and life cycle metrics. Digitize the compliance backbone. We have digital product passports and machine-readable DOPs, and towards the digital building logbooks. Centralized transparency and data. This is challenging but interesting. Build a EU DOP portal and interoperable national databases. De-risk innovation for small and medium enterprises, simplifying and co-financing the ETA CE routes. We have streamlined conformity pathways, mandate performance and life cycle logic, in reference to CPR, of course, 2024. Remove internal market barriers, pushing for harmonization mechanism to ensure cross-border consistency and reduce fragmentation. Build skills, again, collaboration, make standardization part of mandatory continuous professional development, and train public buyers, as we saw for the previous group, educators, and institutionalize multi-stakeholders rollout using, structured working groups. Finally, recommendations to the industry stakeholders. Here we have another broad group, because we include manufacturers, designers, construction companies, suppliers, but we also include accredited bodies for inspection, testing, verification, certification, which do serve, I would say, do provide services to the business stakeholders. Applied research organization and research and innovation actors collaborating with industry on product development, especially on the intermediate technology readiness levels. Industry associations, which are key, professional networks, green building councils, we have two associated partners, which are green building councils in the, and Doran was the former president of the Romanian Green Building Council, which is a partner in AFCOS. All participants in the construction value chain from production to implementation and compliance. Again, the full list of the titles and their scope in terms of, type of products or general applicability. As you can see, all of them are of general applicability. So they go beyond the specific subcategories of products. And the final highlights here are to addressing the industry, the manufacturers, if you want, and the other industry stakeholders, from designers to associations. Industrialize next generation materials, build capacity of mixed design, curing, QA, etc. for low carbon cement, and a similar content for bio-based.
Thank you, Mr. Cristoforetti, for your insights. They are really, really good key insights, and we are appreciated. We have the one.
Just let me thank you. Just let me thank you. The slides will be left to all interested stakeholders. I'll interrupt sharing.
But they were really good conclusions and really good presentation. Much appreciated. And we will thank you for joining us online. I will now give the floor to Mr. Dorin Beu, who is a professor of engineering at the Technical University of Cluj-Napoca, specializing in lighting engineering and sustainable building services. He served as the president of the Romanian Green Building Council and is currently a senior researcher in the Romanian Green Building Council. He has led numerous EU-funded projects on energy efficiency and green building standards, including Horizon 2020 initiatives such as AFCOS and others. He's also chief editor of the International Journal of Sustainability Lighting and has contributed to the development of national standards for lighting and building services in Romania. Mr. Beu, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm the last person to have a presentation. I'm between your lunch and before your lunch, so I try to be as short as possible. But I will start by saying that in colloquial Romanian, when you say good equipment, it's a good equipment, you say it's TAS. It's something that it's according to all the standards. So it's something that previous generation of standardization specialists made it for us. But as you expect, I'm not an expert in standardization. My presence here was because I'm dealing with buildings, with green buildings. We learn how hard it is to promote them, to teach and educate architects, engineers, and so on. So I have to thank you, ASRO and BDS, for what I have learned in these 2 years, also to Cleantech, also to Sebastiano, he's here. Thank you, Sebastiano. And I will also want to talk a little bit about what we have learned. Okay, I have a presentation, but I think I must skip it a little bit if it's quite long. So what's the problem? There's a lot of new products, innovative products that can get into the market, but there are a lot of standards. It's okay if it's a big company, a cement company, well, have a lot of personnel, but if it's a small company, well, it doesn't have enough people. If you try to make a wool ship insulation, because we are at this university, well, usually it's a company with 6 people, few of them engineers, and they want to get on the European market, and it's not easy. So what we have tried is to educate this market. So what was missing? Well, first of all, I wished this conference was at the beginning of AFCOS because I learned so much from your experience. But there are some things that are missing on the presentation. You were focusing on students. Okay, students will come into market in the next year, but what about existing workforce? Usually people in the 40s, 50s, by the way, the building workforce, it's quite old. In 5 years, half of the workforce will retire. So it's a lot of people with a certain age, my age, by the way, and they have not been trained 30 years ago about standardization. They don't know too much about European regulation. And in fact, Cătălin Lungu was right. There's an avalanche, a landslide of regulation. And lifelong education in East Europe, it's a problem. You were right about micro-credential. It's perfect, but in reality, it's only on the paper. So we have an issue with this lifelong education, and especially with the workforce on construction. Second recommendation, don't think that public authorities, local authorities know too much about standardization. Because I heard a lot of complaints about money and, well, but one of the problem is in national politics and so they don't know too much about standardization. So awareness campaign should also be done at local authorities because they are using buildings there and try to face all these new regulations. So think that in half a year, all products will have a digital passport. And it's a sort of elephant in the room. How we will deal with this, especially with small companies? How they will be ready to have this digital passport? So whenever I'm using an equipment in the construction industry, I can scan and see if the CE label, but also this part with CO2 emission. In order to perform an EPD, environmental product declaration, you need to spend a lot of money and time. And I'm not sure how clear it's a sort of EPD, because today they are sourcing material from one supplier, and probably next week they will come from another supplier, which probably don't have all the papers, but they have a good price. So that was one of the problems we were facing. But on the other hand, yes, you need to educate professionals. And it was surprisingly not for students. Okay, students, you can get them to courses. Okay, they participate, but I'm not sure that the students have a clear view of what's happening in the industry. They need to spend 2-3 years as a contractor or in design to realize the importance of standards. Before it's difficult. Secondly, there are so many regulations, and people, well, you're talking about digital transition. How many contractors know exactly what it's digital transition? This, green and digital transition. Authorities were not able to explain all these things. One thing is Brussels, one thing is Timișoara on site and talk to people who really work there. So it's the reason why I recognize to mix this standardization talks with, for instance, what is green buildings. I mean, in my area, what is taxonomy, what is ESG. Many companies don't really understand, the small companies. The big companies, they are really prepared. They have a department, especially, which is doing all these things. But when it comes to small companies or hands-on companies, they, in many times, they don't know what it's about. Okay, so, okay, it's the private sector, the construction, it's privatized. It's this link with educational sector, but also be aware, the educational sector, it's 2-3 circles behind what is happening in reality. Don't expect that university are fully prepared or what's happening now. Also, when I'm looking to your technical committee at standardization, in many countries, they are now only with company people. University professor can participate, but it's voluntarily. And when we have this recognition of what you have done in university, if you're mentioning, I'm in standardization technical committee, so, well, it's no points there. So it's the reason why, especially for young professor, they say, okay, no money, no recognition, goodbye, we are not doing anything voluntarily. And this is difficult. So be aware also of these problems. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm the last one, and not to be the, okay, to say what you were expecting, especially in a European project when everything is perfect, everybody is aligned, they have the same goal. But being the last, okay, and probably I'll have to stop before you're mentioning. Okay, be aware of all these problems. I take advantage of being the last, and I wish we can have discussion about the problems related to standardization and construction sector, who's under a lot of pressure due to the fact that it's affecting a lot the climate change, and it's one of the main producer of CO2. So that's why we are pushed, and well, let's see about the reaction. But also in Germany, they haven't seen too much reduction after 10 years of nearly zero buildings. Well, there's more reduction from the climate change, the fact that it's September, end of September, and it's very hot weather. Well, I stop here before you cut my presentation, and I will prefer to contradict me and to say I'm wrong, and I'm open to a debate.
Yeah, we are open for questions. That was quite a surprise, Mr. Bev. Thank you for your brief and very concise presentation. I think everybody appreciate, and we promise you that we'll be on the top panel of our next conference. If there are any questions from the room, from the chat, please feel free to address it to Mr. Bey or any other speakers on the AFCOS project, or you can take it privately, individually during the lunch time. But before the lunch, we would like to conclude the day with some general ideas and the conclusions from these 2 days. So we could see, and also these 2 days confirm once again that standardization is a strategic enabler for research and innovation, but as well for education. Policymakers, university, as well as the business sector, national standardization bodies, and industry share a common vision, which I assume you already know because it was once again stated in your presentation, is the need to develop and promote education about standardization. Discussion shows that with some slight differences, each country and sector has its specific approaches. The challenges are strikingly similar: raising awareness, creating sustainable education, ensuring resources, and adapting to the pace of innovation. Yet, the examples of tools of successful initiatives, integrating standardization into curricula, developing new teaching tools, supporting innovation, and fostering regional cooperation prove that progress is both possible and also impactful. So to sum up, the 2 main conclusions of these 2 days is that the future of standardization depends on the ability to engage the next generations of experts who needs to be grown and, of course, educated. But I would add here not only the next generation, but also the current generation in the workforce. And the second one is that research and standardization are, of course, interdependent. Research generates new areas of standardization, while standards ensure research results can be scaled and applied with trust. Therefore, I would like to give the message, the closing message to Mr. Stoichitsoiu, President of ASRO, for the final remarks. Thank you, everyone, once again.
Thank you very much. As the president of an organization, I have the most difficult job is to do the opening speech and the closing speech. But of course, we all know that behind any successful organization are the people. They are the ones who organize. They are the ones who make everything go. And right now, I would like to give a round of applause for our colleagues here who made this conference possible. I would like, first of all, to nominate the people behind the scenes who are working in the ASRO office. They've been coordinating all the IT and the broadcasting of this conference. So we're talking about Ms. Mihaela Pizzu, Claudiu Baciu, and Daniel Manola. Please thank you. A round of applause. Also, we have here in the room Mr. Gigi Meta, who's been operating all the IT equipment, and the person who's been also behind the scene and has been organizing all the details for this conference to go perfectly, Miss Andrea Gulac. Thank you. Baboy, I'm sorry, Andrea Baboy. Okay, so as you noticed during the conversation, somebody had a very difficult task. That was to keep all the speakers in their timelines, to rush us from the coffee breaks back into the meeting, and also to organize, to moderate, and to conclude the meeting. So please give a round of applause for Ms. Larissa Elsker. Thank you, Larissa. Wonderful job. Larissa is a new member of the Astro team starting this year, and this is, I think, one of her first important events that she had to organize and to coordinate. But speaking of the Astro team, there's actually one person who's responsible for the whole organization and the success of the Astro and the team itself. It's coordinated and it's been running these organizations for many years now. I would also like for you to give a round of applause to our General Director, Ms. Juliana Chilea.
I didn't expect that.
No, we could not.
I'm a sneaky president, so. And of course, in the last few days, we've been enjoying this beautiful city, and maybe you're wondering why Timișoara. Well, it's all because of our colleagues here at the King Michael First University. So I would like again to thank to Mr. Professor Dr. Cosmin Popescu, who's the rector of the university, and to Mr. Kamen Dorin, who's also professor doctor, and he's the vice rector here at Life Science King Michael University from Timișoara. But actually the person who brought us here and who's been also directly involved in organizing all the logistics, every detail, and her team has coordinated with us, is Mrs. Professor Camelia Tulcan. Camelia is an amazing member of ASRO. She is the vice president of ASRO. She's the president of the Standardization Council in ASRO. And for as long as I've been in ASRO, she's been a wonderful supporter of our activity. She's been very involved. And I'm really glad to have her in our team, and basically everything here and in this wonderful city, it's due to her involvement in collaboration in organizing this conference. So Camelia, thank you very much. So now you know why all the speeches were cut short, so I can give away lots of flowers to my colleagues. I apologize. Now, this being said, thank you to all the participants here who are physically present, but also who are participating online. I think we all conclude this was a very successful conference. But this being said, we have to draw to a close, and I have to pass the baton to the next organizer, which we will have to decide. So maybe after we close the conference, please, we need to get together and establish who will be the next host of our wonderful conference. Well, this being said, thank you very much. Thank you for being here in Romania. I hope you had a wonderful time. I think we can draw things to a close. Thank you.
That's online.
Also, for the colleagues online, thank you very much. I think we are drawing to a close. Thank you.
Now you are invited to lunch.